ASMR history. Today we are beginning a somber journey into one of the darkest chapters in human history, the Black Death, a plague that swept through Europe with devastating force, leaving death and despair in its wake. Over the next chapters, we'll uncover the origins, the unimaginable toll, and the long-lasting impacts of this catastrophic event. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let's step back into the 14th century, to a time when an unseen terror changed the course of history forever. The Black Death was not merely a disease. It was a storm that shook the very foundations of society. Cities crumbled, faith was tested, and entire communities vanished almost overnight. In this whispered tale, we'll trace the origins of the plague, follow its deadly path from Asia to Europe, uncover the harrowing stories of survival and loss, and explore the societal changes it brought to the world. So, let's begin this journey together. In the 14th century, the world was far more connected than one might imagine. Trade routes stretched like veins across continents, carrying goods, people, and ideas between distant civilizations. Among the most prominent of these was the Silk Road, a sprawling network that linked Asia to the Middle East, Africa, and Europe. But in its vibrant exchange of cultures and commodities, an unseen threat was silently moving, one that would devastate millions and reshape human history forever. The Isi, origins of the Black Death, or bubonic plague, can be traced back to the steppes of Central Asia, a region of vast grasslands and rugged mountains. Here, the bacterium Yersinia pestis lived within fleas that infested wild rodents, particularly marmots. These animals, often living in close proximity to humans, carried the bacteria for centuries without causing widespread outbreaks. However, in the early 14th century, a series of environmental changes disrupted this fragile balance. Scholars believe that a combination of climatic shifts, possibly linked to what is known as the Little Ice Age, and human encroachment into rodent habitats, led to the plague spilling over into new hosts. The bacterium began infecting domestic animals, and crucially, humans. The first recorded outbreaks occurred in small, remote communities, where the disease would claim lives and then disappear, leaving only tales of horror and mystery. But this was just the beginning. Central Asia at the time was part of the vast Mongol Empire, one of the largest empires the world had ever known. The Mongols had unified much of Asia under their rule, creating a vast network of trade and communication. This unprecedented level of connectivity allowed goods, ideas, and diseases to travel farther and faster than ever before. Fleas carrying Yersinia pestis began hitching rides on the backs of camels, in the fur of trade animals, and on the clothing of merchants. The disease's reach expanded with alarming speed. By the 1330s, the plague had begun to strike trading hubs along the Silk Road, places bustling with merchants, animals, and travelers. These cities, often overcrowded and poorly sanitized, became breeding grounds for the disease. Fever, chills, and painful swelling of the lymph nodes were the early signs. But as the disease progressed, victims developed blackened sores and died within days. Entire communities disappeared seemingly overnight, leaving survivors to flee in terror, often unknowingly spreading the disease further. One of the most critical steps in the plague's journey occurred at the ports along the Black Sea. The Genoese, merchants engaged in trade with the Mongol-controlled regions, unknowingly became carriers of the disease. It is said that during a siege of the Genoese trading post in Kaffa, modern-day Feudalism, Ukraine, the Mongols themselves ravaged by the plague used infected corpses as biological weapons, catapulting them over the city walls. Whether this story is entirely accurate remains debated, but what is clear is that the disease infiltrated the Genoese ships. As the merchants fled the siege, they carried more than just goods. They carried death itself. By the mid-1340s, ships leaving the Black Sea ports were infested with rats carrying plague-infected fleas. These ships traveled to Constantinople, Alexandria, and eventually the ports of Europe, where the plague would begin its most infamous chapter. However, the people of Europe were unaware of what was coming. They could not have known that an invisible killer, born in the wilds of Central Asia and carried across continents by the interconnected world of trade, was about to descend upon them. The journey of the plague was not merely a biological event. It was shaped by the dynamics of a connected medieval world. The bustling Silk Road, the ambitions of the Mongol Empire, and the thriving port cities of the Mediterranean all played a role in its spread. By the time the Black Death arrived in Europe, it was no longer a regional disease, but a global catastrophe in the making. In hindsight, the interconnectedness that had fueled prosperity and cultural exchange also became the mechanism for destruction. This was the dawn of the plague, a silent and deadly force that would sweep through the world, leaving devastation in its wake and changing the course of history forever. By the 1340s, the plague's journey to Europe was inevitable. The interconnectedness of the medieval world, which had once fostered trade and cultural exchange, now became the perfect pathway for the disease to spread. Ships were the lifeblood of commerce, and the ports of the Mediterranean were hubs of activity, bringing together goods, merchants, and travelers from across continents. But in this bustling exchange, an unseen terror was lurking. Infected rats, carrying fleas that harbored the deadly bacterium, made their way onto ships and into coastal cities. One of the earliest recorded outbreaks in Europe began in Messina, Sicily, in 1347. Genoese ships returning from the Black Sea docked in the key port, bringing with them not only their cargo, but also sailors who were gravely ill. Accounts describe men covered in black boils, oozing blood and pus, with fevers so intense that many died within days of arriving. The people of Messina, horrified by what they saw, tried to expel the ships from their harbors, but it was too late. The disease had already taken hold. From Sicily, the plague spread rapidly, traveling along well-established trade routes. It moved north to mainland Italy, crossing into France, Spain, and eventually the rest of Europe. Within months, it seemed no city, town, or village was safe. The disease did not discriminate. Peasants, merchants, clergy, and nobility all fell victim. Entire families were wiped out, and those who survived often fled in panic, unwittingly carrying the plague to new locations. In its early stages, the symptoms of the plague were often mistaken for other illnesses. Victims first experienced chills, fever, and severe headaches. But as the disease progressed, it revealed its horrifying nature. Swollen lymph nodes, known as buboes, would form near the groin, armpits, or neck, becoming excruciatingly painful. Dark spots and blackened skin caused by internal bleeding soon followed, giving the disease its infamous name, the Black Death. Death often came within 3 to 5 days of the first symptoms, leaving little time for treatment or hope. Despite the obvious signs of contagion, medieval societies had no understanding of bacteria or how the disease spread. Many believed it was a punishment from God, sent to cleanse the world of sin. Others blamed miasmas, foul air rising from decayed matter, or aligned the outbreak with astrological phenomena. These misconceptions only added to the chaos. In some cases, fear turned to violence, with communities scapegoating minority groups, particularly Jews, accusing them of poisoning wells or invoking curses. This led to widespread persecution and massacres, compounding the human tragedy. The sheer speed and scale of the outbreak overwhelmed medieval Europe. Burial practices, which had long been guided by religious rituals, could no longer be upheld. The number of dead was so immense that traditional graveyards overflowed, forcing communities to dig mass graves. In cities, the stench of death hung heavy in the air as bodies were left in streets and homes, waiting for overworked gravediggers to remove them. Entire neighborhoods were abandoned, becoming ghost towns overnight. For those who survived, the psychological toll was immense. Fear gripped the population as the disease seemed unstoppable. Physicians, though largely ineffective, worked tirelessly to treat the sick, often at great personal risk. Remedies ranged from the use of herbs and incense to purging and bloodletting, but none proved effective against the plague. Some turned to extreme religious devotion, joining processions to pray for divine intervention. Others, convinced the end of the world was near, indulged in hedonistic behavior, seeking to enjoy what little time they had left. Despite the despair, there were remarkable stories of survival and resilience. Some communities managed to isolate themselves, cutting off all contact with the outside world to avoid infection. These measures, though harsh, often proved effective. Meanwhile, individuals who recovered from the plague developed a natural immunity, though they were few and far between. As the Black Death swept through Europe, it left profound changes in its wake. Entire regions were depopulated, economies collapsed, and social structures were upended. The once dominant feudal system began to crack under the strain, as labor shortages gave surviving peasants greater bargaining power. For many, the plague was not just a moment of death, but also a turning point in history, a grim catalyst for the transformation of medieval society. The story of the Black Death is one of unimaginable loss, but also of endurance. The world it left behind was scarred and irrevocably changed, yet it carried forward lessons that still resonate today. As we continue this journey, we will uncover more about the lives it touched, the societies it reshaped, and the enduring legacy of Europe's greatest catastrophe. The spread of the Black Death was relentless, sparing no region in its path. By 1348, it had moved beyond the Mediterranean and deeper into mainland Europe. Cities like Florence, Paris, and London became epicenters of death and despair. The disease thrived in the crowded urban centers where poor sanitation and close living conditions made it almost impossible to escape its grip. Rats, the primary carriers of the infected fleas, were ubiquitous, scurrying through alleyways, marketplaces, and homes. But even in remote villages and isolated monasteries, the plague found its way, carried by travelers and merchants fleeing infected areas. In Florence, chroniclers like Giovanni Boccaccio, author of the Decameron, provided vivid accounts of the horror. He described scenes of people abandoning their loved ones, terrified of becoming infected. Parents left their children, neighbors avoided one another, and the bonds of humanity seemed to fray under the weight of fear. Funerals became a thing of the past, replaced by hurried burials, or, in some cases, bodies simply left where they fell. The ringing of church bells, once a solemn sound to mark the passing of a soul, became a constant dirge that echoed through the city streets. London, too, became a city of death. The arrival of the plague in England is often traced to the port of Melcombe Regis in Dorset, where a merchant ship brought the disease from France in 1348. From there, it spread quickly across the country. In the crowded and filthy streets of London, the mortality rate was staggering. The city's population was already vulnerable due to poor nutrition and prior outbreaks of disease, and the Black Death exploited these weaknesses mercilessly. As in other cities, mass graves became a grim necessity. The famous plague pits of London swallowed thousands of bodies, their locations still a haunting reminder of the city's darkest days. The countryside, though less densely populated, was not spared. Farmers and laborers who lived far from urban centers found themselves equally vulnerable. Once the disease entered a household or a village, it spread with terrifying efficiency. Fields were left untended, livestock roamed free, and entire villages were abandoned. The once vibrant rural landscape became eerily silent, dotted with the ruins of deserted homes and farms. Religious institutions, which were often the center of medieval life, faced their own crises during the plague. Monasteries, where monks lived in close quarters and provided care to the sick, became hotspots for infection. Many clergy members, committed to their faith and their duty, stayed to minister to the dying, often succumbing to the disease themselves. This left a void in spiritual leadership, further shaking the faith of the people. Some turned to extreme forms of piety, believing the plague was a punishment from God. Others began to question the church's authority, wondering why their prayers and rituals seemed powerless against the disease. The psychological impact of the plague was profound. The sheer scale of death and the speed at which it struck left people grasping for explanations. In the absence of scientific understanding, fear bred superstition. Some blamed the alignment of the planets, while others turned to scapegoating. Jewish communities, already marginalized in many parts of Europe, became the targets of horrific violence. accused of poisoning wells or conspiring to spread the disease. Thousands of Jews were massacred or expelled from their homes. These atrocities added another layer of tragedy to the already devastating events of the time. Economically, the Black Death caused widespread upheaval. The loss of such a large portion of the population created a severe labor shortage. Fields went unplowed, workshops fell silent, and trade slowed to a crawl. But for the survivors, this also created new opportunities. Peasants, once tied to the land and beholden to their lords, found themselves in a position to demand better wages, or even leave their feudal obligations behind. This shift began to weaken the rigid social structures of the medieval world, laying the groundwork for the changes that would come in the centuries to follow. As the plague burned its way through Europe, it left behind a landscape of despair, but also resilience. The survivors began to rebuild their communities, often with a new sense of purpose and determination. The world would never be the same again, but humanity's capacity to adapt and endure became a beacon of hope amidst the darkness. The Black Death was more than just a disease. It was a force of nature that reshaped the fabric of society. Its impact can still be felt today in the way it accelerated social, economic, and cultural changes. The tragedy of the plague is a reminder of both the fragility and the resilience of humanity, a lesson etched into the annals of history. As the Black Death raged through Europe, its devastation reached unprecedented levels. By the early 1350s, nearly every corner of the continent had felt its impact. Cities that had once been bustling centers of trade and culture were reduced to near ghost towns. Villages disappeared entirely, their inhabitants wiped out or forced to flee. The human toll was staggering. Estimates suggest that between 1/3 and 1/2 of Europe's population perished within just a few years. This loss was not merely a statistic. It represented countless lives, stories, and communities erased in the blink of an eye. For those who survived, life became a daily struggle. The social fabric of Europe was frayed as fear and grief permeated every aspect of life. Relationships between friends, families, and neighbors were tested in ways that had never been seen before. Many people isolated themselves, avoiding all contact with others in the desperate hope of avoiding infection. Entire households would barricade their doors, refusing to help even their closest kin if they showed signs of illness. Compassion was often overshadowed by self-preservation. The widespread mortality created a profound spiritual crisis. The church, which had been the cornerstone of medieval life, found its authority deeply shaken. Clergy who had stayed to care for the sick often succumbed to the plague themselves, leaving many parishes without priests. The survivors began to question why God would allow such suffering, and for some, faith gave way to despair. Others turned to extreme forms of devotion, joining religious movements such as the Flagellants, who traveled from town to town, whipping themselves in public displays of penance. These dramatic acts were meant to atone for humanity's sins, which many believed were the cause of the plague. While some sought solace in faith, others looked for scapegoats. Jewish communities, already facing centuries of prejudice and persecution, became the targets of horrific violence. Accused of poisoning wells or spreading the disease through other means, thousands of Jews were massacred or forcibly expelled from their homes. Entire communities were wiped out, not by the plague itself, but by the cruelty of their neighbors. This dark chapter in history revealed the depths of fear and hatred that can emerge in times of crisis. Economically, the Black Death created chaos, but also set the stage for transformation. With such a significant portion of the population dead, labor became a scarce and valuable resource. Landlords, desperate to keep their estates running, were forced to offer better terms to peasants, many of whom used this newfound leverage to negotiate higher wages or improved living conditions. In some cases, serfs, who had been tied to the land under feudal obligations, were able to break free entirely, seeking work in towns or becoming independent farmers. This shift in the balance of power between landowners and laborers began to erode the rigid hierarchies of the feudal system. Over time, these changes would contribute to the decline of feudalism and the rise of a more dynamic and flexible economy. Towns and cities, though devastated by the plague, also began to recover, driven by the efforts of survivors who sought to rebuild their lives. The demand for skilled labor led to advancements in trade and craftsmanship, laying the groundwork for the economic and cultural revival of the Renaissance. Culturally, the Black Death left an indelible mark. The art, literature, and music of the time often reflected the pervasive sense of mortality and despair. Skeletons and death became common motifs in paintings, serving as reminders of life's fragility. Literary works, such as Boccaccio's The Decameron, captured the human stories of the plague, blending tragedy with dark humor. These expressions of creativity provided an outlet for grief and a means of processing the collective trauma. The psychological impact of the plague was profound and long-lasting. Survivors often carried a sense of guilt, wondering why they had been spared while so many others perished. Families were torn apart, communities were fractured, and the world seemed forever altered. Yet amidst the devastation, there were also glimmers of resilience. People found ways to adapt, rebuild, and move forward, demonstrating the enduring strength of the human spirit. As the Black Death finally began to recede in the early 1350s, Europe was left to grapple with the aftermath. The scars it left were deep, but they also served as catalysts for change. The collapse of traditional structures created space for innovation and progress. The world that emerged from the plague was not the same as the one that had existed before. It was a world shaped by loss, but also by the determination to survive and thrive. As the plague began to subside in the mid-1350s, Europe faced a transformed world. The immediate crisis had passed, but the devastation left in its wake was undeniable. Entire regions were depopulated, economies were shattered, and the social order had been irreversibly altered. For many, life was split into two eras, before and after the Black Death. This seismic shift forced survivors to adapt to a new reality, one that would shape the course of history for centuries to come. One of the most visible effects of the AC plague was its impact on the population. With up to half of Europe's people gone, vast swathes of land were left abandoned. Fields went untended, villages stood empty, and cities grappled with the loss of their citizens. In rural areas, the loss of agricultural workers led to food shortages and rising prices, while in urban centers, the decrease in skilled labor disrupted industries and trade networks. However, these challenges also created opportunities for those who survived. Laborers, now in short supply, could demand higher wages and better working conditions, marking the beginning of significant social and economic changes. The feudal system, which had dominated medieval Europe for centuries, began to crumble under the strain. Serfs, who had been tied to the land and subject to the whims of their lords, found themselves in a position of newfound power. Many demanded their freedom or better terms of service, and some even left their villages altogether, seeking opportunities in towns and cities. This mobility, both social and geographical, was unprecedented and signaled the start of a slow but steady shift toward a more modern economy. In the cities, the plague's impact was equally profound. Guilds and trade organizations struggled to recover as their members were decimated by the disease. Yet the demand for goods and services persisted, leading to innovation and adaptation. Artisans and merchants who survived often found themselves in a position to thrive, as competition was drastically reduced. The economic transformation sparked by the Black Death would pave the way for the Renaissance, a period of remarkable cultural and intellectual growth. Religiously, the Black Death had shaken Europe to its core. The Church, which had long been the cornerstone of medieval life, struggled to maintain its authority in the face of such overwhelming loss. Many people questioned why their prayers and rituals had failed to protect them, leading to a decline in faith for some. Others, however, turned to more personal and direct forms of spirituality, seeking solace in private devotions or smaller religious communities. The seeds of change planted during this period would later contribute to movements like the Protestant Reformation, which would challenge the Church's dominance in the centuries to come. Culturally, the Black Death left a profound legacy. The collective trauma of the plague found its way into art, literature, and music, often in dark and haunting ways. The macabre became a common theme, with skeletons, decayed bodies, and scenes of death appearing frequently in paintings and sculptures. This was not just morbid fascination. It was a reflection of a society grappling with its own mortality. The dance macabre, or dance of death, became a powerful symbol of the plague era, reminding people that death spared no one, regardless of wealth or status. Literature, too, was deeply influenced by the plague. Works like Boccaccio's The Decameron and Chaucer's The Canterbury Tales captured the experiences and stories of a world reshaped by the Black Death. These texts not only documented the human toll of the plague, but also provided a glimpse into the resilience and adaptability of those who lived through it. Humor, satire, and poignant reflections on life and death became tools for processing the trauma of the past. The psychological effects of the Black Death lingered long after the disease had receded. Survivors often carried deep scars, both emotional and physical. The sudden loss of loved ones, the collapse of communities, and the constant fear of death left many struggling to find meaning in a world that had been turned upside down. Yet, amidst this despair, there was also a sense of renewal. For some, the plague was seen as a divine test, a trial that had to be endured to cleanse the world of sin and corruption. For others, it was a wake-up call, a reminder to live fully and embrace the fleeting nature of life. As Europe slowly rebuilt itself, the lessons of the Black Death were not forgotten. Public health measures, rudimentary as they were, began to take shape in response to the plague. Quarantines became more common, with cities like Venice establishing formal systems to isolate the sick and prevent the spread of disease. The Black Death left behind a Europe forever changed. By the mid-1350s, the disease had subsided, but its scars were visible in every aspect of life. Up to half of the population was gone, leaving behind abandoned villages, untended fields, and cities struggling to rebuild. Survivors faced a world filled with loss, but also with opportunities for those who endured. This unprecedented mortality shook the foundations of medieval society, transforming its economy, social structures, and even cultural norms. The dramatic population decline created a labor shortage that disrupted the feudal system. Before the plague, peasants were bound to the land under strict obligations to their lords. With fewer workers available, those who remained gained leverage. They demanded higher wages and better working conditions, and many serfs escaped their feudal ties altogether. Landowners, desperate to keep their estates functional, had little choice but to meet these demands. This shift weakened the rigid hierarchies of feudalism, opening the door to a more mobile and market-driven economy. In towns and cities, the effects were just as transformative. Guilds and trade networks suffered from the loss of skilled workers. Yet this vacuum created opportunities for innovation. Survivors in professions such as craftsmanship, trade, and commerce were able to thrive in the reduced competition. Over time, these urban centers became hubs of recovery, setting the stage for the Renaissance. Still, the process of rebuilding was slow and fraught with challenges, as communities struggled to fill the void left by the plague. The church, once a pillar of stability, faced a crisis of faith. The inability of religious leaders to prevent or explain the plague led many to question their spiritual authority. Why had prayers, pilgrimages, and penance failed to stop the devastation? For some, these doubts led to a decline in faith, while others turned to more personal and intimate forms of devotion. The church also suffered from the loss of clergy, many of whom had perished while ministering to the sick. This loss weakened the institution's power and sowed seeds of reform that would grow in the centuries to come. Culturally, the Black Death left an indelible mark. Death became a central theme in art, literature, and music. Paintings often depicted grim imagery, such as skeletons and decaying bodies, symbolizing the omnipresence of death. The dance macabre, or dance of death, emerged as a powerful motif, illustrating that death spares no one, regardless of wealth or status. These artistic expressions were not merely morbid. They provided a way for people to process their trauma and make sense of the chaos around them. Literature also reflected the plague's profound impact. Giovanni Boccaccio's The Decameron offered a glimpse into life during the pandemic, blending tales of love, humor, and tragedy against the backdrop of a society in collapse. Works like this served as both entertainment and a means of coping, capturing the human resilience and adaptability that defined the period. The collective experience of the Black Death gave rise to stories and symbols that resonated for generations, shaping the cultural landscape of Europe. The psychological toll of the Black Death was immense. Survivors carried the weight of unimaginable loss, often grappling with guilt and despair. Families were torn apart, and communities were fractured. Yet amidst this grief, resilience emerged. People found ways to adapt, rebuild, and move forward. This recovery was not without its difficulties, but it demonstrated the remarkable strength of the human spirit. Efforts to prevent future outbreaks also began to take shape during this time. While medical understanding was rudimentary, cities like Venice pioneered public health measures such as quarantines. Ships arriving in port were required to remain isolated for 40 days, a practice that gave rise to the term quarantine. Though far from perfect, these measures marked the beginning of organized responses to epidemics, laying the groundwork for modern public health practices. The legacy of the Black Death is one of both devastation and transformation. It shattered medieval society structures, but also accelerated progress in ways that shaped the modern world. The tragedy of the plague serves as a powerful reminder of the fragility of life and the resilience of humanity. Its lessons endure, offering insight into how societies can endure and rebuild in the face of unimaginable challenges. As the Black Death loosened its grip on Europe, survivors began to piece together their shattered lives. Yet the aftermath of such devastation was far-reaching, touching every aspect of society. The economic landscape, in particular, underwent seismic changes. With so many lives lost, labor became a rare and valuable commodity. Fields that once teemed with workers now lay fallow, and estates deprived of their labor force struggled to produce crops. This scarcity of workers gave peasants and laborers unprecedented power to negotiate higher wages and better conditions. In some cases, they abandoned their feudal obligations altogether, moving to towns and cities in search of better opportunities. The traditional feudal system, which had bound peasants to the land and placed strict controls on their mobility, began to unravel. Landowners, desperate to retain workers, often had no choice but to offer favorable terms. This shift in the balance of power marked the beginning of the decline of feudalism and the rise of a more flexible, wage-based economy. It also contributed to the gradual emergence of a middle class, as skilled artisans and merchants took advantage of the changing economic climate to improve their social standing. In urban areas, the plague's impact was particularly visible. Cities were centers of trade and commerce, and the loss of a significant portion of the population disrupted these networks. Yet, as the dust settled, urban centers became hubs of recovery and innovation. The demand for goods and services remained high, and survivors who possessed skills or resources found themselves in advantageous positions. Over time, these cities would play a crucial role in Europe's recovery, fostering the cultural and economic revival known as the Renaissance. The psychological toll of the Black Death was equally profound. Survivors grappled with the immense grief of losing loved ones and the constant fear of recurrence. Families were often torn apart, with many households left entirely empty. Communities faced a similar fracturing, as those who remained struggled to rebuild the bonds that had been severed by the plague. Despite this, there were remarkable displays of resilience. People adapted to their new reality, finding ways to honor the dead while moving forward with life. The cultural response to the Black Death was deeply influenced by this collective trauma. Art and literature of the time frequently reflected themes of mortality and the fleeting nature of life. Painters began incorporating macabre imagery into their works, often depicting skeletons, decaying bodies, or scenes of the dance. Macabre. These pieces served as a stark reminder of death's universality and the fragility of human existence. Literature offered a similar exploration of the human experience during the plague. Boccaccio's The Decameron remains one of the most enduring works from this period. Written during the height of the Black Death, it tells the story of 10 young people who flee Florence to escape the plague, spending their days recounting stories. The tales range from comedic to tragic, capturing the full spectrum of human emotion and resilience. Similarly, other writers began to explore themes of survival, faith, and the search for meaning in a world forever altered. The Church, a central pillar of medieval life, faced immense challenges in the wake of the plague. The deaths of so many clergy left parishes struggling to provide spiritual guidance to their congregations. Many people, disillusioned by the Church's inability to prevent or explain the plague, began questioning its authority. Some turned to alternative forms of spirituality, while others sought solace in personal devotion. This erosion of trust in the Church would have long-lasting effects, eventually contributing to movements like the Protestant Reformation in the centuries to come. Efforts to prevent future outbreaks also began to take shape during this period. While medical understanding of the plague was minimal, some cities implemented measures to mitigate its spread. Quarantines became more common, particularly in port cities. Venice, for example, established one of the first quarantine stations, requiring ships to remain isolated for 40 days before unloading their cargo. This early attempt at public health marked the beginning of organized efforts to control epidemics. As Europe gradually emerged from the shadow of the Black Death, the world was undeniably changed. The plague had exposed the vulnerabilities of medieval society, but also revealed its capacity for resilience and adaptation. In its wake, new opportunities arose, and the seeds of progress were sown. The changes brought about by the Black Death would continue to shape Europe for centuries, influencing everything from social structures to economic systems and even cultural values. The Black Death reshaped the way societies approached illness and public health. Before the plague, diseases were often seen as divine punishment, and treatments were rooted in prayer, penance, and simple remedies. However, the sheer scale of the pandemic forced communities to rethink how they managed illness and contagion. Medieval medicine was rudimentary and often misguided, but the devastation highlighted the need for more practical and organized approaches to prevent future outbreaks. One of the earliest developments was the implementation of quarantines. Cities, like Venice, a major hub for trade, pioneered these measures. Ships arriving at Venetian ports were required to anchor off the coast for 40 days, a period known as 40 giorni, to ensure they carried no disease. This system, though far from perfect, set a precedent for organized public health efforts. Other cities followed suit, using quarantine stations and checkpoints to control the movement of people and goods. In addition to quarantines, temporary facilities known as plague houses were established to isolate the sick. These houses provided basic care, but primarily served to separate infected individuals from the healthy population. Burial practices also changed dramatically. Overcrowded graveyards led to the use of mass graves, often dug outside city limits. While these practices were born of necessity, they underscored the importance of planning and organization during health crises. The experiences of the Black Death also spurred observations about how disease spread. Although medieval people lacked knowledge of bacteria, some began to notice patterns. Overcrowded cities, poor sanitation, and the movement of goods and people seemed to exacerbate outbreaks. These rudimentary insights were the foundation of early epidemiology, influencing how societies approached public health in the centuries that followed. Beyond practical measures, the psychological and cultural impact of the plague's devastation reshaped societal attitudes. Communities that had endured the horrors of the Black Death developed a heightened awareness of the need for preparedness and collective action. Public health became a matter of survival and governance, with rulers taking more responsibility for managing outbreaks. These changes, while incremental, reflected a growing understanding of the importance of controlling disease at a societal level. The legacy of these developments can still be seen today. The quarantines of the Black Death era marked the beginning of modern public health practices, emphasizing prevention and isolation as tools to combat contagion. The systems developed during this time laid the groundwork for more sophisticated approaches to disease management, proving that even in the face of unimaginable loss, humanity could adapt and learn. The psychological and cultural impact of the Black Death left a profound mark on European society. Survivors found themselves living in a world that felt unrecognizable, shaped by loss, fear, and an acute awareness of life's fragility. Families were often torn apart, communities fractured, and traditional social bonds weakened under the weight of widespread grief. Despite this devastation, the period also gave rise to resilience and transformation, as people sought ways to rebuild and find meaning in the aftermath of the crisis. Art and literature of the time reflected the trauma of the plague in vivid and often haunting ways. The danse macabre, or dance of death, became a pervasive motif in visual art, symbolizing the universality of death and its ability to claim both the rich and the poor alike. These depictions often featured skeletons leading figures from all walks of life in a somber procession, reminding viewers of their mortality. Such works were not merely morbid, they offered a means of processing collective grief and reflecting on the fleeting nature of existence. Literature, too, captured the essence of a world forever altered by the Black Death. Giovanni Boccaccio's The Decameron, written during the height of the plague, stands as one of the most significant literary works of the period. The book tells the story of 10 young people who flee Florence to escape the plague, passing their time by sharing stories. The tales range from humorous to tragic, illustrating the full spectrum of human experience during such a turbulent era. The backdrop of the plague serves as a reminder of the fragility of life, while the stories themselves reflect the resilience and creativity of the human spirit. Music also bore the influence of the Black Death, with compositions reflecting the somber mood of the time. Chants and hymns dedicated to the dead became more common, and themes of penance and redemption were woven into religious music. The cultural output of the period reveals not only the despair that gripped Europe, but also the ways in which people sought solace and meaning through creative expression. The Church, long a pillar of stability in medieval Europe, faced significant challenges in the wake of the Black Death. The deaths of countless clergy members left parishes without spiritual leaders, and the inability of the Church to protect people from the plague led many to question its authority. Faith was tested on a massive scale. Some turned away from organized religion, while others doubled down on their devotion, seeking answers and salvation through extreme forms of piety. Movements like the flagellants emerged, with individuals publicly whipping themselves in penance for humanity's sins, believing this act might end the suffering. The plague also led to scapegoating, as fear and ignorance fueled violence against minority groups. Jewish communities, already marginalized in many parts of Europe, were often blamed for the outbreak, accused of poisoning wells or spreading the disease intentionally. This led to horrific massacres and expulsions, adding another layer of tragedy to an already devastating period. These events exposed the darker side of human nature, as fear gave rise to hatred and persecution. Despite the despair and upheaval, the aftermath of the Black Death was also a time of significant transformation. The labor shortages caused by the pandemic had already begun to disrupt the feudal system, but the cultural shifts it inspired laid the groundwork for even greater societal change. The emphasis on individual experience and the exploration of new ideas that emerged in the post-plague world would later become hallmarks of the Renaissance. Survivors, having faced the worst imaginable, became agents of innovation and progress, driving Europe toward a new chapter in its history. The Black Death not only reshaped the social and cultural fabric of Europe, but also influenced the way people understood and responded to death itself. It fostered a greater awareness of the impermanence of life and the interconnectedness of communities. This awareness, coupled with the resilience demonstrated by those who survived, ensured that, even amidst profound loss, the seeds of renewal and progress were sown. The economic repercussions of the Black Death were as transformative as its social and cultural impacts. With up to half of Europe's population gone, the labor force was decimated, creating a dramatic shift in the balance of power between workers and landowners. The scarcity of labor allowed peasants and artisans to demand higher wages, better working conditions, and more freedom. This newfound bargaining power began to erode the rigid feudal system that had dominated medieval Europe for centuries. Before the plague, most peasants were tied to the land under strict feudal obligations, working for lords in exchange for protection and a portion of the harvest. The labor shortages caused by the Black Death made these arrangements untenable. Landowners, desperate to keep their estates productive, had little choice but to offer better terms to their workers. In some cases, peasants left their traditional roles altogether, moving to cities or more prosperous regions in search of opportunities. This mobility, both physical and social, marked a significant departure from the static hierarchies of the pre-plague world. In urban areas, the effects of the Black Death were equally profound. The loss of skilled workers disrupted trade and craftsmanship, but it also created opportunities for survivors to rise in status. Artisans, merchants, and traders who managed to avoid the plague found themselves in high demand, often commanding higher prices for their goods and services. Over time, this dynamic fostered the growth of a more flexible and market-driven economy. Cities began to recover as centers of innovation and commerce, setting the stage for the cultural and economic revival of the Renaissance. The changes in the labor market also had long-term effects on European agriculture. With fewer people to work the land, traditional farming methods became less sustainable. In response, some landowners shifted from labor-intensive grain farming to less demanding practices, such as raising sheep for wool. This transition contributed to the growth of the textile industry, which became a cornerstone of the post-plague economy. The shift in agricultural practices also encouraged experimentation and innovation, as farmers sought more efficient ways to manage their reduced workforce. These economic changes were not without conflict. In many regions, attempts to restore pre-plague labor conditions led to unrest. Governments and landowners, alarmed by the growing power of the working class, implemented laws to cap wages and restrict mobility. One such example was England's Statute of Labourers, enacted in 1351, which sought to force workers to accept pre-plague wages and conditions. These measures were met with resistance, and in some cases, outright rebellion. The English Peasants' Revolt of 1381 was one of the most notable uprisings, fueled by frustration over unfair policies and rising taxes. While the rebellion was ultimately suppressed, it underscored the growing tensions between the ruling elite and the working population. The economic transformations of the Black Death also extended to trade and commerce. International trade networks, though initially disrupted, began to recover as cities rebuilt and demand for goods resumed. Merchants adapted to the new market conditions, finding ways to supply the products that survivors needed. Over time, these efforts led to the expansion of trade routes and the rise of powerful merchant classes in cities like Florence, Venice, and Antwerp. This burgeoning commercial activity laid the groundwork for the economic prosperity of the Renaissance. Another significant outcome of the Black Death was the decline of serfdom in many parts of Europe. As labor became more valuable, the rigid structures that had kept peasants tied to the land began to crumble. In regions like England and France, serfdom gradually disappeared, replaced by more flexible systems of land tenancy and wage labor. This shift not only improved the lives of peasants, but also contributed to the emergence of a more modern and dynamic economy. The wealth generated by these economic changes had far-reaching effects on European society. It helped fund the cultural achievements of the Renaissance as patrons supported artists, architects, and scholars. The Black Death, devastating as it was, created the conditions for a period of unprecedented creativity and intellectual growth. The economic legacy of the Black Death demonstrates how societies can adapt and rebuild in the wake of catastrophe. While the immediate effects were harrowing, the long-term changes brought about by the pandemic reshaped Europe in ways that paved the way for progress. The resilience of survivors and their ability to innovate ensured that the world that emerged from the plague was not only different, but in many ways stronger. The Black Death not only transformed the economy and society, but also left an indelible mark on medicine and public health. At the time, medical knowledge was limited, and the pandemic exposed the inadequacies of medieval healthcare systems. However, the sheer scale of the crisis forced a reevaluation of medical practices and spurred the development of early public health measures, some of which laid the groundwork for modern healthcare systems. In medieval Europe, medicine was heavily influenced by ancient Greek and Roman theories, particularly the ideas of Hippocrates and Galen. These theories emphasize the balance of the four humors: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile, as the key to health. Illness was often attributed to an imbalance in these humors, or to external factors like bad air, known as miasma. Treatments included bloodletting, purging, and the use of herbal remedies, but these methods were largely ineffective against the plague. Physicians, often limited by their lack of understanding, could do little to stop the disease's spread. Despite these limitations, the Black Death prompted some important shifts in medical thought. Observant doctors and scholars began to question traditional practices and explore new approaches to understanding and treating disease. While the concept of germs and bacteria was still centuries away, some physicians noted patterns in the spread of the plague and attempted to identify its causes. Overcrowding, poor sanitation, and the movement of goods and people were linked to outbreaks, leading to early discussions about the role of environment and hygiene in public health. One of the most significant public health innovations of this time was the quarantine. As cities struggled to contain the plague, officials implemented measures to isolate infected individuals and prevent the disease from spreading. Venice, a major center of trade, established one of the first formal quarantine systems. Ships arriving at Venetian ports were required to remain anchored for 40 days before their passengers and goods could disembark. This practice, known as 40 giorni, became a model for other cities and marked an early attempt at disease prevention through isolation. In addition to quarantines, some cities introduced measures to improve sanitation. Waste disposal, water quality, and the cleanliness of public spaces became priorities as communities sought to reduce the conditions that allowed the plague to thrive. These efforts were rudimentary by modern standards, but represented a significant step forward in recognizing the importance of environmental factors in public health. The Black Death also highlighted the need for more organized and professional medical care, While many physicians fled infected areas, others stayed behind to care for the sick, often at great personal risk. The bravery and sacrifice of these individuals underscored the importance of medical training and the establishment of institutions dedicated to healthcare. In the years following the plague, universities and medical schools began to expand their sui curricula, incorporating new ideas and techniques inspired by the lessons of the pandemic. The Church played a dual role in the medical response to the Black Death. On the one hand, monasteries and convents often served as centers of care, providing shelter and treatment for the sick. Monastic communities preserved and disseminated medical knowledge, offering some of the most advanced care available at the time. On the other hand, the Church's emphasis on divine punishment and penance sometimes hindered progress, as religious leaders prioritized spiritual remedies over practical solutions. The psychological impact of the plague also influenced medical practice. Survivors, traumatized by the scale of the pandemic, became more invested in understanding and preventing disease. This shift in mindset contributed to a growing demand for more effective treatments and a greater willingness to experiment with new ideas. While progress was slow, the seeds of scientific inquiry and medical reform were sown during this period, setting the stage for advancements in later centuries. The legacy of the Black Death in medicine and public health is a testament to humanity's ability to learn from tragedy. While the pandemic exposed the weaknesses of medieval healthcare systems, it also inspired innovation and a commitment to improving the ways in which societies respond to illness. Quarantines, sanitation measures, and the professionalization of medicine all trace their roots to the challenges of the Black Death, demonstrating how adversity can drive progress. As Europe moved beyond the immediate devastation of the plague, the lessons learned from the pandemic continued to shape its approach to healthcare. The Black Death was not just a moment of crisis. It was a turning point that redefined the relationship between society, health, and the environment. The societal changes brought about by the Black Death extended far beyond economics, public health, and medicine. It profoundly altered the structure of power and the way people viewed their relationships with authority, faith, and even each other. In the aftermath of such catastrophic loss, the foundations of medieval Europe's social hierarchy were irreversibly shaken, leading to changes that would echo for centuries. Before the plague, medieval society was structured around rigid hierarchies, with a clear divide between the nobility, clergy, and peasantry. These divisions were maintained through systems like feudalism, which tied peasants to the land and required them to serve their lords. The labor shortages caused by the Black Death, however, disrupted this arrangement. With far fewer workers available, surviving peasants gained leverage. They demanded higher wages, better working conditions, and even personal freedom. Many lords were forced to concede, as the alternative was to see their lands go untended. In some regions, peasants moved to new areas or left farming altogether, seeking opportunities in growing urban centers. This mobility marked a departure from the static, localized life that had defined medieval Europe. While attempts were made to restore the old order, such as England's Statute of Laborers in 1351, which sought to cap wages and prevent workers from leaving their posts, these measures often failed. Peasants resisted these laws, and in some cases open rebellion ensued. The English Peasants' Revolt of 1381 was a direct response to oppressive labor policies and rising taxes. Although the revolt was ultimately suppressed, it demonstrated the increasing dissatisfaction of the lower classes and the growing cracks in the feudal system. The nobility, too, faced challenges in the post-plague world. Many landowners, unable to maintain their estates without sufficient labor, found their wealth and influence diminishing. This economic strain forced some to sell off portions of their land, further weakening their grip on power. Meanwhile, the emerging merchant class, bolstered by the economic opportunities created by the plague, began to rise in prominence in cities across Europe. Merchants and artisans gained wealth and influence, contributing to the gradual shift toward a more urban and commercial society. Religious authority, long a cornerstone of medieval life, was also deeply affected by the Black Death. The inability of the Church to protect people from the plague or offer a clear explanation for its origins led many to question its authority. Clergy members who administered to the sick at great personal risk were decimated by the disease, leaving parishes understaffed and communities without spiritual leadership. This vacuum of authority was filled in part by alternative religious movements. Groups like the Flagellants, who performed public acts of penance by whipping themselves, gained followers as people searched for answers and redemption. At the same time, widespread suffering led some to doubt the Church's teachings altogether. A growing number of people turned to personal forms of faith and spirituality, emphasizing individual prayer and direct relationships with God. This shift away from institutional religion would have far-reaching consequences, contributing to the seeds of reform movements like the Protestant Reformation in the centuries to follow. The Black Death also changed how people viewed their communities and their roles within them. The sudden and indiscriminate nature of the plague eroded traditional bonds of trust and solidarity. In some cases, fear of infection led neighbors and even family members to abandon one another. Chronicles from the time describe parents fleeing from their children and friends avoiding each other, leaving the sick to die alone. This breakdown of social cohesion, while tragic, also underscored the importance of resilience and adaptation. Communities that managed to rebuild did so by forging new connections and redefining their priorities. One of the more subtle but lasting impacts of the Black Death was its effect on attitudes toward death and mortality. The plague made death an ever-present reality, forcing people to confront their own fragility and the impermanence of life. This awareness found expression in art, literature, and philosophy, with themes of death, decay, and the afterlife becoming central to the cultural output of the time. While this focus on mortality might seem bleak, it also encouraged a deeper appreciation for life and a desire to make the most of the time one had. The long-term social changes sparked by the Black Death were complex and multifaceted. While the immediate aftermath was characterized by chaos and upheaval, the period also set the stage for profound transformation. The cultural legacy of the Black Death is one of the most enduring aspects of this catastrophic event. It profoundly influenced art, literature, and philosophy, leaving a deep impression on how people understood life, death, and the human condition. The immense immense loss and trauma experienced during the plague shaped a generation of creative expression as individuals sought to process the collective grief and make sense of the chaos that had unfolded. In art, the theme of mortality became central. Before the Black Death, much of European art was focused on religious themes, emphasizing salvation and divine grace. After the plague, however, a darker and more introspective tone emerged. The danse macabre, or dance of death, became a popular motif in paintings, murals, and sculptures. This imagery depicted skeletons leading people of all social classes, peasants, clergy, and nobility alike, in a macabre procession. It served as a stark reminder of death's universality, highlighting the fragility of life and the inevitability of mortality. These works were not merely morbid, they carried a powerful message. In a world where death had become an everyday reality, the Danse Macabre encouraged viewers to reflect on their own lives and prioritize what truly mattered. This focus on mortality and introspection would continue to influence European art for centuries, shaping the Renaissance's exploration of human experience and emotion. Literature also reflected the profound impact of the Black Death. Giovanni Boccaccio's The Decameron, written during the height of the plague, remains one of the most vivid portrayals of life in a time of crisis. The book tells the story of 10 young people who flee Florence to escape the disease, spending their days telling stories. These tales range from comedic to tragic, capturing the full spectrum of human emotion. The Decameron not only provides a window into the fears and hopes of its time, but also highlights the resilience and creativity of those who lived through the plague. Geoffrey Chaucer, another iconic writer of the period, incorporated the effects of the Black Death into his works. While not as directly focused on the plague as the Decameron, Chaucer's Canterbury Tales reflects a world reshaped by loss and change. The story's diverse characters represent different walks of life, many of which had been deeply affected by the shifting social dynamics brought on by the pandemic. The trauma of the Black Death also inspired a shift in philosophical thinking. The widespread devastation led many to question the nature of existence and humanity's place in the world. Traditional religious explanations for the plague often fell short, leaving people searching for new ways to understand their suffering. This period of questioning laid the groundwork for the humanist movement of the Renaissance, which emphasized individual experience, reason, and the pursuit of knowledge. At the same time, the plague deepened people's awareness of the fragility and unpredictability of life. This perspective was reflected in a genre of writing known as memento mori, or remember you must die. These texts and artworks encouraged readers and viewers to reflect on their mortality and to live virtuously in the time they had. While somber in tone, this movement also fostered a sense of urgency and purpose, urging individuals to make the most of their fleeting existence. Music was another realm where the Black Death's influence could be felt. Religious hymns and chants often took on a more somber and penitential tone, reflecting the collective grief of a mourning society. Some compositions were written specifically to commemorate those lost to the plague, serving as both a form of solace and a way to preserve their memory. These works demonstrate how music became a means of coping, offering comfort and connection in a time of profound isolation. The visual and literary arts of the period also captured the psychological impact of the plague. Themes of isolation, despair, and resilience were prevalent, reflecting the inner struggles of individuals who had endured unimaginable loss. This introspection, combined with a renewed focus on human emotion, set the stage for the cultural and intellectual flourishing of the Renaissance. While the Black Death was undoubtedly a time of immense suffering, it also acted as a catalyst for change and creativity. The devastation forced societies to confront difficult truths about mortality, faith, and human nature, leading to a cultural reckoning that would shape the future of Europe. Artists, writers, and thinkers who lived through the plague channeled their experiences into works that continue to resonate today. The cultural legacy of the Black Death is a testament to humanity's ability to find meaning and beauty in the face of tragedy. It reminds us that even in the darkest times, creativity and expression can provide solace, understanding, and hope. The Black Death not only disrupted daily life, but also played a significant role in shaping the political landscape of medieval Europe. The pandemic's devastating impact weakened traditional power structures, challenged the authority of rulers, and forced governments to adapt to a rapidly changing world. As populations dwindled and social hierarchies crumbled, the balance of power shifted, setting the stage for political transformations that would shape Europe's future. One of the most immediate effects of the Black Death was the weakening of monarchies and feudal lords. With a large portion of the population wiped out, kingdoms and estates struggled to maintain order and productivity. Many rulers found their tax revenues severely reduced as fewer people were available to work the land or engage in trade. This financial strain limited the ability of monarchs to enforce their authority, leading to a decline in centralized control. In some cases, local lords or regional powers stepped in to fill the void, further fragmenting the political landscape. At the same time, labor shortages gave peasants and workers more bargaining power, disrupting the traditional feudal system. Governments attempted to curb these shifts by enacting laws designed to maintain pre-plague economic and social norms. England's Statute of Labourers, 1351, for example, sought to freeze wages at pre-pandemic levels and restrict the movement of workers. However, such measures often backfired, fueling resentment and, in some cases, outright rebellion. One of the most notable uprisings during this period was the English Peasants' Revolt of 1381. Sparked by heavy taxation and restrictive labor laws, the revolt saw thousands of peasants march on London, demanding reforms and the abolition of serfdom. Although the rebellion was ultimately suppressed, it highlighted the growing discontent among the lower classes and the fragility of the feudal order. Similar uprisings occurred in other parts of Europe, including France and Germany, signaling a broader shift in the relationship between rulers and their subjects. The plague also exposed the vulnerabilities of medieval governments in dealing with large-scale crises. The lack of coordinated responses to the pandemic underscored the limitations of existing political systems. Many rulers relied on ad hoc measures such as quarantines and travel restrictions to contain the disease, but these efforts were often inconsistent and poorly enforced. This failure to effectively manage the crisis led to a loss of trust in traditional authorities, with people turning to local leaders or religious figures for guidance. Religious institutions, which held significant political influence during the Middle Ages, were also profoundly affected by the Black Death. The deaths of countless clergy members left many parishes without leadership, creating a vacuum that weakened the Church's authority. This loss of influence extended to the political realm, as rulers who had relied on the Church's support found themselves navigating a more uncertain landscape. At the same time, the growing disillusionment with the Church's inability to prevent or explain the plague contributed to the rise of reform movements that would challenge its dominance in the centuries to come. Despite these challenges, the aftermath of the Black Death also created opportunities for political innovation. In some regions, rulers sought to strengthen their authority by introducing reforms aimed at stabilizing their kingdoms. For example, in the Italian city-states, governments began investing in public health measures, such as sanitation systems and quarantine facilities, to protect their populations from future outbreaks. These initiatives not only improved living conditions, but also demonstrated a growing recognition of the role of the state in safeguarding public welfare. The Black Death also influenced the development of diplomacy and international relations. The interconnectedness of medieval trade networks meant that the pandemic's impact was felt across borders, prompting rulers to collaborate on measures to control its spread. While these efforts were often limited in scope, they marked an early step toward the idea of collective action in addressing global challenges. In the long term, the political transformations spurred by the Black Death contributed to the decline of feudalism and the emergence of more centralized states. As monarchs regained control and began to rebuild their kingdoms, they increasingly relied on professional armies and bureaucracies rather than feudal levies and local lords. This shift laid the groundwork for the rise of nation-states, which would become a defining feature of the modern era. The Black Death not only reshaped societies in the immediate aftermath, but also had a profound and lasting impact on the course of history. Among the most significant of these long-term effects was its role in accelerating the transition from the medieval period to the early modern era. By disrupting established systems and forcing people to adapt to a new reality, the pandemic laid the groundwork for transformative developments in economics, politics, science, and culture. One of the most critical long-term consequences of the Black Death was the decline of feudalism. The pandemic's labor shortages gave peasants and workers unprecedented leverage to demand higher wages and better conditions. Over time, this shift weakened the rigid social hierarchies that had defined medieval Europe, paving the way for a more dynamic and mobile society. The rise of a wage-based economy, combined with the growth of towns and cities, created new opportunities for social mobility and fostered the emergence of a middle class. This economic transformation also contributed to the rise of capitalism. Merchants, artisans, and traders who survived the plague often found themselves in advantageous positions, able to capitalize on the reduced competition and increased demand for goods. The reopening of trade routes and the expansion of international commerce further fueled economic growth, setting the stage for the commercial revolution of the late Middle Ages and the early Renaissance. The cultural and intellectual impact of the Black Death was equally profound. The trauma of the pandemic forced people to confront fundamental questions about life, death, and the nature of existence. This period of introspection and questioning laid the groundwork for the Renaissance, a cultural movement that emphasized humanism, individualism, and the pursuit of knowledge. Artists, writers, and thinkers drew inspiration from the experiences of the plague, channeling their emotions into works that explored the human condition in new and profound ways. The rise of humanism, in particular, was closely linked to the legacy of the Black Death. The pandemic's stark reminder of life's fragility encouraged a shift in focus from divine to human concerns. This change was reflected in the art, literature, and philosophy of the Renaissance, which celebrated human achievement and potential. The rediscovery of classical texts and the revival of ancient learning were key components of this intellectual movement, which sought to reconcile the lessons of the past with the realities of the present. In science and medicine, the Black Death marked the beginning of a gradual shift toward empirical observation and experimentation. While medieval medicine had been dominated by theories based on ancient texts, the pandemic exposed the limitations of these approaches and encouraged some physicians to adopt more practical methods. Observations about the spread of the plague and the conditions that contributed to its outbreaks laid the foundation for early epidemiology and public health. Although progress was slow, these changes would eventually lead to the scientific revolution of the 16th and 17th centuries. Black Death also left a lasting mark on religion and spirituality. The pandemic's devastating toll shook people's faith in traditional religious institutions, leading to a growing emphasis on personal devotion and direct relationships with God. This shift contributed to the rise of lay religious movements and set the stage for the Protestant Reformation, which would challenge the authority of the Catholic Church in the 16th century. At the same time, the Church itself was forced to adapt to the changing spiritual needs of its followers, leading to reforms that sought to address the concerns raised by the pandemic. Politically, the Black Death played a role in the gradual centralization of power in Europe. The decline of feudalism and the weakening of local lords allowed monarchs to consolidate their authority, laying the groundwork for the emergence of nation-states. This process was further accelerated by the need for more efficient governance and taxation systems to manage the economic and social challenges left in the wake of the pandemic. The development of professional armies and bureaucracies during this period marked a significant departure from the decentralized feudal model, setting the stage for the modern state. The psychological impact of the Black Death was perhaps its most enduring legacy. The pandemic's indiscriminate nature forced people to confront their mortality and the fragility of human life. This awareness influenced not only art and literature, but also how people approached their daily lives. The concept of memento mori, or remember you must die, became a powerful cultural motif, encouraging individuals to reflect on the impermanence of existence and to live with greater purpose and urgency. The Black Death reshaped medieval society in profound and lasting ways. Its devastation forced people to reconsider their approaches to economics, governance, health, and even faith, creating the conditions for transformative change. This pandemic not only dismantled old structures, but also set the stage for the emergence of the modern world, proving that even in tragedy, opportunities for renewal and progress can arise. One of the most visible changes was in the labor market. The massive loss of life led to a severe labor shortage, particularly among peasants and urban workers. This gave survivors unprecedented bargaining power, allowing them to demand higher wages and better working conditions. For many, this marked the beginning of the decline of feudalism. Lords, unable to enforce the old rules, were often forced to offer concessions to retain workers, loosening the rigid hierarchies that had defined medieval society. In urban centers, merchants and artisans who survived the pandemic found themselves in a strong position to rebuild and expand their businesses. Reduced competition allowed them to gain wealth, while the demand for goods and services helped drive innovation. This economic growth supported the rise of a more market-oriented system, contributing to the eventual development of capitalism. Cities that managed to recover from the initial devastation became hubs of trade and commerce, accelerating Europe's economic revival. The plague also spurred advancements in public health and medicine. The sheer scale of the pandemic forced communities to adopt measures like quarantines, sanitation improvements, and isolation of the sick. Venice, for instance, pioneered the practice of quarantining ships to prevent the spread of disease. These early public health measures, though basic by modern standards, marked an important step toward understanding and controlling epidemics. Physicians, though limited by their knowledge, began making observations about how the disease spread, laying the groundwork for future advances in epidemiology. Religious institutions, which had long held sway over medieval life, faced significant challenges during the Black Death. Many clergy perished while caring for the sick, leaving parishes without spiritual leaders. Survivors questioned why prayers and rituals had failed to stop the disease, leading to a decline in trust in the Church's authority. This disillusionment, combined with the growing emphasis on personal faith, would contribute to later reform movements, such as the Protestant Reformation. Culturally, the Black Death left a profound imprint on art and literature. Themes of mortality and the fragility of life became central to creative expression. The danse macabre, or dance of death, emerged as a popular motif in paintings and sculptures, symbolizing the universality of death. Writers like Giovanni Boccaccio captured the human experience of the plague in works such as the Decameron, which blends humor and tragedy against the backdrop of a society grappling with loss. These cultural responses not only reflected the trauma of the time, but also provided a means of processing grief and finding resilience. The political landscape of Europe was also reshaped. The weakening of feudal structures and the rise of urban centers shifted the balance of power. Monarchs used the crisis to consolidate their authority, laying the foundation for centralized nation-states. The need for more efficient governance and tax collection systems became evident, prompting the development of professional bureaucracies and standing armies. These changes were crucial in the transition from medieval feudalism to the modern state system. Perhaps the most enduring legacy of the Black Death was its psychological impact. The pandemic's indiscriminate nature forced people to confront their mortality and the impermanence of life. This awareness influenced everything from daily routines to long-term decision-making. The idea of memento mori, a reminder of death's inevitability, became deeply ingrained in the cultural consciousness, urging individuals to reflect on their lives and prioritize what truly mattered. Despite its devastation, the Black Death was a turning point in history. It disrupted established norms, but also catalyzed progress. By challenging the foundations of medieval society, it created space for new ideas, systems, and ways of thinking. The resilience of those who survived ensured that even in the aftermath of unimaginable loss, humanity could adapt and move forward. The lessons of the Black Death continue to resonate. Its impact on economics, governance, medicine, and culture laid the groundwork for the modern era, offering a powerful reminder of the human capacity for survival and reinvention in the face of adversity. It remains a testament to the enduring strength of the human spirit and the potential for growth in even the darkest of times. The Black Death's impact extended beyond individual lives, altering the very fabric of Europe's societal and economic structures. While the immediate effects of the pandemic were devastating, its long-term consequences created opportunities for profound transformation. Among these was the significant weakening of the feudal system, a cornerstone of a medieval life, and the rise of new social dynamics that reshaped European society. Feudalism, which had long dominated the European countryside, depended on a rigid hierarchy where peasants provided labor in exchange for protection and the right to live on the land. However, the massive population decline caused by the plague disrupted this system. With labor in short supply, surviving peasants gained leverage to demand better wages, fewer obligations, and even outright freedom. Lords, desperate to maintain their estates, had little choice but to comply. In some cases, entire villages were abandoned as peasants left for towns or more prosperous regions where better opportunities awaited. This shift began the erosion of feudalism and the emergence of a wage-based economy. Landowners who could not adapt often faced financial ruin, leading to the redistribution of land and resources. Meanwhile, a growing number of peasants and workers found themselves in a position to improve their living conditions and social standing. Over time, these changes contributed to the development of a more mobile and dynamic society, where wealth and opportunity were not as tightly bound to birthright. The urban centers of Europe, though initially devastated by the plague, became hubs of recovery and innovation. Merchants and artisans who survived found themselves in high demand, often commanding higher prices for their goods and services. The reduced population created less competition and allowed survivors to accumulate wealth, further shifting the balance of power. This economic activity helped lay the groundwork for the Renaissance, as cities like Florence, Venice, and Antwerp became centers of commerce, culture, and intellectual exchange. Trade, which had been severely disrupted during the height of the plague, gradually resumed as societies stabilized. The reopening of trade routes reconnected Europe with Asia and the Middle East, facilitating the flow of goods, ideas, and technologies. This resurgence of commerce not only supported economic growth, but also encouraged cultural exchange, bringing new influences that would shape European art, science, and philosophy in the centuries to come. The effects of the Black Death were also deeply felt in governance. The weakening of feudal lords allowed monarchs to consolidate their power, leading to the gradual rise of centralized nation-states. In England, France, and Spain, rulers implemented reforms to strengthen their authority, including the creation of professional armies and more efficient tax collection systems. These changes marked a significant departure from the fragmented political landscape of the medieval period, setting the stage for the modern state system. At the same time, the pandemic exposed the limitations of medieval governments in addressing large-scale crises. The inconsistent enforcement of quarantines, labor laws, and other measures highlighted the need for more organized and effective governance. In response, some rulers began investing in public health and infrastructure, recognizing that the well-being of their populations was essential for maintaining stability and prosperity. This marked an early shift toward the idea that governments have a responsibility to protect public health, a concept that would evolve significantly in later centuries. Religious institutions, which had been deeply intertwined with medieval governance, also faced significant challenges. The deaths of countless clergy left many communities without spiritual guidance, while the inability of the Church to explain or prevent the plague led to a decline in its authority. Survivors began to question long-held beliefs, and some turned to alternative forms of spirituality or sought answers outside traditional religious frameworks. These shifts would later contribute to the Protestant Reformation, which fundamentally reshaped the religious and political landscape of Europe. Despite the upheaval, the aftermath of the Black Death also demonstrated humanity's capacity for resilience and adaptation. Communities rebuilt, economies recovered, and new ideas flourished. The pandemic forced societies to confront their vulnerabilities, but also inspired them to find innovative solutions. In many ways, the changes sparked by the Black Death laid the foundations for modern Europe. From the decline of feudalism and the rise of capitalism, to the centralization of political power and the flowering of Renaissance culture, the Black Death was not merely a historical event. It was a transformative force that reshaped Europe in ways that continue to be felt today. Among its most significant legacies was its role in shifting cultural attitudes and fostering a new relationship between humans and their understanding of the natural world. As societies emerged from the devastation of the plague, they began to rethink long-held beliefs about health, disease, and their place in the universe. One of the most profound cultural shifts brought about by the Black Death was a heightened awareness of mortality. The sheer scale of the pandemic, coupled with its indiscriminate nature, made death an unavoidable part of daily life. This awareness was reflected in the art and literature of the time, which frequently explored themes of mortality, decay, and the fleeting nature of existence. The Danse Macabre, or Dance of Death, became a defining artistic motif, illustrating that death spared no one, regardless of wealth or status. These works served both as reminders of life's impermanence and as expressions of resilience in the face of overwhelming loss. In literature, the Black Death inspired some of the most enduring works of the medieval period. Giovanni Boccaccio's The Decameron provides a vivid account of life during the pandemic, blending humor, tragedy, and reflection. The book's stories, told told by a group of young people who flee Florence to escape the plague, capture the complexity of human experience in a time of crisis. Similarly, Geoffrey Chaucer's The Canterbury Tales reflects a world in transition, where the old social order is being challenged and new perspectives are emerging. The trauma of the Black Death also influenced philosophical thought. The pandemic prompted people to question traditional explanations for suffering and disease, leading to a greater emphasis on individual experience and empirical observation. This intellectual shift laid the groundwork for the Renaissance, a period that celebrated human achievement and the pursuit of knowledge. The rise of humanism, with its focus on reason, individuality, and the dignity of man, can be traced in part to the cultural and psychological impact of the Black Death. Religion, too, was profoundly affected by the pandemic. The Church, which had long been a source of stability and authority, faced growing skepticism as it struggled to provide answers or solace. Many people turned to personal forms of faith, emphasizing direct relationships with God over institutionalized worship. Others sought alternative spiritual paths, joining lay movements or exploring mystical practices. This diversification of religious experience marked a departure from the dominance of the Church and contributed to the seeds of reform that would later culminate in the Protestant Reformation. At the same time, the Black Death fostered a new appreciation for science and medicine. While medieval understandings of disease were limited, the pandemic encouraged some physicians and scholars to move away from purely theoretical approaches and toward more practical, observational methods. Early efforts to track the spread of the plague and identify its patterns laid the foundation for the development of epidemiology. The realization that environmental factors, such as sanitation and population density, played a role in outbreaks also prompted discussions about public health, though meaningful advancements in this field would take centuries to materialize. Public health measures introduced during the Black Death, such as quarantines and isolation practices, represented some of the earliest attempts to control the spread of disease. These innovations, though rudimentary, demonstrated a growing understanding of the need for collective action in the face of epidemics. Cities like Venice pioneered quarantine stations, requiring ships to remain isolated for 40 days before unloading their cargo. These practices, while imperfect, marked the beginning of organized responses to public health crises and influenced the development of modern medical systems. The Black Death also had a profound impact on how societies viewed their environment. The pandemic forced people to confront the interconnectedness of human life and the natural world, highlighting the role of trade, travel, and urbanization in the spread of disease. This awareness encouraged a greater focus on environmental factors in health and disease, laying the groundwork for later scientific inquiries into the relationship between humans and their surroundings. Economically, the Black Death created opportunities for innovation and growth. The reduced population led to higher wages for workers and greater social mobility, as well as a renewed focus on efficiency and productivity. These changes contributed to the decline of feudalism and the rise of a market-based economy, which in turn supported the flourishing of cities and the expansion of trade networks. The Black Death was one of history's most transformative events, deeply altering Europe's social, economic, and cultural landscape. The death of millions weakened feudalism and created labor shortages, giving surviving workers the power to demand higher wages and better conditions. As a result, the rigid social hierarchies of medieval society began to break down, leading to a shift toward a wage-based economy and social mobility. The pandemic also caused a cultural shift. The death toll led to a focus on mortality in art and literature, with themes of death and the fragility of life emerging in works like Giovanni Boccaccio's The Decameron. The danse macabre became a popular motif, symbolizing death's universality. People began to question their faith as the church's inability to prevent the plague led to disillusionment and the eventual rise of reform movements. Economically, the Black Death spurred innovation. Surviving merchants and artisans took advantage of reduced competition and increased demand for goods, helping towns and cities recover. The centralization of power by monarchs also laid the groundwork for the rise of nation-states, while the weakening of the church allowed for new ideas to flourish in science, philosophy, and politics. In medicine, the plague accelerated public health measures like quarantines and isolation practices. These early efforts, although rudimentary, laid the foundation for modern public health. The Black Death also prompted early observations about disease spread, contributing to the development of epidemiology. Ultimately, the Black Death, while devastating, reshaped Europe, contributing to the decline of feudalism, the rise of the Renaissance, and the evolution of modern political and economic systems. It left a lasting legacy of resilience, reminding humanity of the fragility of life, but also of the capacity for adaptation and progress.